May you please place the matter on record?
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 4th of May, 2023. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Mahlangu.
Good morning, my lady.
Are you well today?
I am fine, my lady. Thank you very much for asking.
You are reminded that you're still under oath. I think this is the turn of Mr. Pinar to continue with his cross-examination of the witness. Mr. Pinar, are you ready?
May it please the court, my lady. I'm indebted to your ladyship for the indulgence granted yesterday. I'm in a position to proceed, yes, my lady.
Just before then, I see there is a hand. Mr. Late.
Good morning, my lady. Just to inform the court, I have spoken to the investigating officer, Mr. Colonel Ditabo. He said that he had tried to get hold of the minutes for a very long time during the investigation of the matter, and he couldn't get hold of all the minutes of all the meetings. I would suggest that Mr. Makani can assist the court in contacting the office of the Premier to assist the court in getting hold of the minutes of the 13th of November.
If I can get that date again, what was the date? Maybe
13 November 2014.
13 November 2014. It can be 16. Was it 13? Did you say, Ms. Matlan? Yes.
I would suggest that Mr. Makani assist us in getting a hold of the record of that meeting of between the 13th and the 11th and the 13th of November 2014.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, my lady. As I understood in the evidence of Ms. Mahlangu, she seemed to have been placing or somehow casting some doubt on the minutes of the meeting of 26 November, as I understood her evidence when she was taken through. So those will be the minutes of 26 November, which we have them on record, but in a redacted format.
Yes, apparently, if I may, she also referred to a prior meeting of the Provincial Budget Committee. So what I wasn't sure about was the date, but she referred to 2 days.
Yeah, 14. That will be 14. That will be 13 November. Her testimony revolved around 2 PBC meetings.
Yes.
That's the first one, 13 November, either 13 or 14 November, whichever the correct date is. And the evidence was that in that meeting, there was no mention of Life Esidimeni. And then the evidence said that Life Esidimeni was mentioned in the subsequent PBC meeting of 26 November. So I'm not certain whether she wants also the minutes of 13 November or she wants the minutes of 26 November, which she's placing in dispute.
Okay. Those are the issues that I think when you cross-examine her, that can be clarified.
Yes.
Just for the sake of time, and then we will decide as to what to do next.
Yes.
Because at least we are in a position to assist us, but we would like to have the correct, we don't know which is which in relation to the minutes of the 26th of November 2016. Perhaps we must also get a clear picture as to what could have transpired on that particular day, whether the minutes that are before this court are correct or not. Ms. Asim?
Yes, in fact, my attorney has already logged a request with the office of the Premier already. And as soon as we have a response, we'll be able to update the inquiry.
Thank you so much. Ms. Asim?
Good morning, my lady. I actually have now clarified by Mr. Mokari. I just wanted to say that it's important for us to have the 26 November minutes, which are on the record, but a confirmation that they're correct, whichever one, before the rest of us cross-examine, because we need to know, what's the correct version.
Okay, and then the date of the other minutes, is it? But it's fine. Let's leave it at there. I think this is something that can be clarified. But I wanted to be sure so that before the cross-examination starts, I think we need to have the correct facts. Yes. Thank you. Can I hear Mr. Hodes?
My lady, when Ms. Mahlangu testified, she said that even the redacted minutes aren't accurate. She said that there should be the transcription or the recording of the entire meeting. And that's what she had said. She had said that they must provide the recording of what happened in the meeting, because even the redacted version isn't accurate. There's substance to what she's saying, my lady, because if you look at the roll call of who was present, even though we know she was there, she doesn't appear on the list of attendees. So it seems like these minutes are inaccurate. And I just want to correct one thing, my lady, because your ladyship kept on saying that the year is very important. We're talking about November 2014, my lady.
Correct.
So 13 and 26 November 2014. But the request
is the date of the 13th.
That's how I understand it, my lady. But it's definitely the 26th of November 2014, because that's the redacted version that we have.
So it's not 2016, it's 13 November 2014 and 26 November 2014.
As your ladyship pleases, yes, my lady. That's how I understand. Thank you,
but
my
is
lady.
it possible, Mr. Mokari, is it possible to get a record of what transpired on that particular day of the 26th of November 2014?
My lady, yes, that is what I will also ascertain, because it was not clear from the evidence of Ms. Mahlangu whether her evidence is that the meeting was also recorded over and above the taking down of the minutes. So I still have to ascertain whether the meeting was recorded. And if it was recorded, of course, we'll get the transcript. But what I have to ascertain is whether we have the unredacted minutes. And that's what I'm ascertaining. But now that Mr. Hodes also mentions the transcription of the actual meeting itself, so that is what we still have to establish.
Okay, but now my concern, there is a request now, which I think is a reasonable one, to say that can't we get those minutes before each one of the council that would like to cross-examine the witness do that?
Yes, if we can take maybe a 30 minutes adjournment so that I can liaise with my attorney and see if how far are they. But we logged the request as early as yesterday after this issue was raised.
Okay, thank you so much. I see there was a hand of, is it Mr. Martin?
That's me.
As pleases your ladyship. My lady, sorry, I don't want to jump in ahead of everyone else. Just on the question of postponing for this particular minute, it does seem to me as though it might go to the crux of this matter as to who actually took the decision and when. So I'm inclined to agree with Ms. Hassan to the extent that if she is asking for a postponement, it does seem to me as though it's quite an important issue. And at the very least, even if we know that we are not going to get the minute, then we can proceed on that basis, as it pleases.
Okay. But I think that is clear. You think just find out, and then I think that will pave the way forward. Mr. Mokari?
Yes, indeed. If we can just stand down for 30 minutes, and so that I'm able to give an accurate answer as to when this exercise will be achieved.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Hodes.
My lady, before we stand down, I just said there's no misunderstanding.
That is the reason I'm giving you the chance. Yes.
Yes, my lady. As the way I understand it, these meetings were on a fortnightly basis. So if it was the 26th of November 2014, which we've seen, then the previous one ought to be 12th of November 2014, 2 weeks before that. Because as I understand, they met on a particular day of the week fortnightly. So I would understand that it would be the 12th of November 2014. Perhaps the witness who's in another room and is on the screen can just confirm the dates before Mr. Makari makes the request. So I don't want a misunderstanding on the date, my lady.
Okay, but I think, all right. What I picked up...
Other than that, my lady, I'm in agreement. I do believe that it is crucial that we obtain the facts of what actually took place in the meeting, my lady.
Okay.
My permission.
Just before you say something, I think Mr. Mukari wants to say something.
Yes, no, I wanted to say that we can go by the evidence of the witness. The witness referred to the 13th of November, but of course we will look at the minutes of the meetings of PBC which took place in that month, which is November 2014. Yes. So the date shouldn't really be an issue. If the actual date was 13, is fine. If it was 14, is fine. But we're looking at the minutes of the PBC meetings which took place in a particular month, and that is November 2014.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Matlango, I think your counsel wanted us to clarify the issue of the date. Would you remember the date? I don't think. Would you remember the date of this PVC meeting?
The date, my lady, is in this presentation. It was made on this date, which is sorry, my apology, which is on the 13th of November. This is the date of the meeting. And just to say something correct to the PBC was not it's not a committee that meets every week. It's a committee meets during the budgetary process. When it sets the time to meet in November, they'll set 3 days. And I'm not interested, through you, my lady, on all other departments' engagement with PBC. I wish the court to, through you, my lady, to look at specifically things relating to the discussions when the Department of Health presented and the decisions thereof after the Department of Health presented and the discussions, both for the 13th as well as for the 14th, as well as the 26th of November 2014.
Thank you so much. I think we can just...
Yes, my lady, if then I think Ms. Matlangu is absolutely correct in that regard, because what she has said, it accords with what we've seen in the correspondence between the investigating officer and the DG of the Office of the Premier, that the meeting did not focus on only one department, but it was other departments. But we are focusing only on the Department of Health, and the others have been excised. And so I think I agree with her that we don't have to really make available everything that was discussed in that meeting in respect of other departments, but that will be excised, and we'll only focus on what was discussed insofar as it pertained to the Department of Health.
Okay. On that basis, I'm going to stand this matter down, and then I think I'll just get an indication from Nelly when you're ready, Mr. Mukari.
As a court, please, my lady.
The matter will therefore stand down. Thank you.
Please. May I please the court, my lady?
the heading, the block marked items, and then Department of Health, and the last one, I must have shifted, responsibility. That printing is in black. If your ladyship were to look at page, let me just get the correct page, my lady. Page number 32109. 32109.
Yes, I'm going there.
That's now supposed to be the original document.
Yes.
Those headings look different and they are in white.
This is now.
If it's the same document, it's difficult to explain why.
I don't, let me go back. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes, before I see Ms. Mahlangu can just wait. I see there is a hand by Ms. Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. I'm going to try to assist. It's very clear to everyone that these two documents have discrepancies. The discrepancies related to the way in which it's presented and not the actual content, but there are discrepancies. The question is, what is the actual version of the minute of the meeting of 26 November 2014? Mr. Mukari says he's got the actual minute and that was going to be uploaded and in color. And I think that's what we need to establish, whether that's all. It's not whether, it doesn't matter in a way whether there's a discrepancy. The question is, what is the actual minute?
I mean, the issue of
I think the judge is frozen again.
Yep, she's frozen.
Noted, we'll attend to it.
Can you just pull your screen out? Something like that. Face isn't looking proper on the, like it's getting very dark. Right? It's a bit closer to you.
Yes, apologies. I thought coming to chambers was a better option, but this is what I'm experiencing. Yes, Ms. Hasim.
Yes, my lady. My point was simply that the question that needs to be answered is which is the actual correct version of the minute of 26 November 2014. And I thought that's what Mr. Mukari was helping us to do. The discrepancies between this and the other document is neither here nor there.
Yes, perhaps the original can just be uploaded and then we deal with it as such. Otherwise, I don't know. But before we do that, perhaps we should hear Mr. Mukari and then hear what Ms. Mahlangu is going to say. But before I do, I think we can, Mr. Mukari can just respond first and then we.
Yes, thank you, my lady. I think what I wanted to say.
Yes, you will be afforded that opportunity, Ms. Mahlangu. I just want to hear Mr. Mukari first in relation to the submissions by this council first, and then from there, we'll give you that opportunity to say what is it that you are disputing here. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you, my lady. I was saying that what I was going to say is what Ms. Hasim has already said.
She has captured the right way.
Captured that because, for instance, Mr. Martins was saying that the documents are not the same. But obviously, they can't be the same because the other one is the unredacted minutes and the other one is the register, it's an attendance register. So they can't be the same. But the content, and Mr. Martins has referred us to the content in the minutes 32109, is captured exactly the way you see it in 1881. But the mistake that he makes is that he wants to conclude that 1881 is a second document of 1880. But 1880 is an attendance register. So the content is what matters.
The attendance register, if my memory still serves me well, is on 1879. And we have, yes, up until 1880. We don't have 1881. Maybe you're just confused. Yes, but I understand.
Yes, can we? Okay. Yeah. So, but I mean, we leave it at that. And of course, Ms. Mahlangu is here. As I've said, we have a witness here. Yes. She's saying under oath. She's telling us under oath. So she's the one who must tell us what is it that she's disputing from the minutes and what is a recollection of that meeting. And then from there, then we'll take it from there.
Yes, thank you.
As the court pleases.
Ms. Mahlangu? I think Mr. Late's hand is also up here.
Yes, my lady, the witness has testified and the evidence has been closed. The evidence in chief has been closed. I think I submit I will upload the current document that I've received from Ms. Mukari now into the same section where all Ms. Mahlangu's documents are. And everybody who has a query regarding these minutes can cross-examine her about it.
Yes, I even forgot that she was just about to be cross-examined.
Yes.
I think what should happen.
Proceed like we should.
I think I agree with you. What should happen, just to save time, is to upload that document said to be the original document. And then whoever wants to deal with the document can deal with it on those bases. And the witness, because he's still in the witness stand, can clarify whatever. If there is anything, Mr. Mukari will have to deal with that. I thought I've come again?
Now saying that we are in full agreement with that.
Yes, thank you. Can I hear Mr. Pinar? I thought I've closed the issue.
May it please the court, my lady. Mr. O'Day.
Please mute yourselves, and Ms. Mahlangu, please mute yourself.
May it please the court, my lady. It's correct that examination in chief has been finalized, but nonetheless, Mr. O'Days is still at liberty to request, now that this is an issue that came to the fore in evidence in chief, and he can still request, because although cross-examination has not as such commenced, to reopen his case to deal with this issue in his evidence of his witnesses' evidence in chief, my lady. So maybe it would be proper, I would suggest and submit, for Mr. O'Days to give an indication what his stance is at this stage, my lady.
But I don't know why Mr. Pinar speaks on behalf of Mr. O'Days. He can speak for himself. So court, please, my lady.
Mr. Odes, is there anything that you want to say? I think I've closed the issue. If you are not satisfied, you can indicate that to the court.
My lady, I'm satisfied. I've told the court this is an issue that your ladyship raised. I believe it's pertinent. And my client's version is on record, and she'll repeat it when they cross-examine, and I get to cross-examine her last. So I have nothing further to ask of her, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pina? Okay, the hand is down. Can we call the witness back to the stand and give the opportunity to Mr. Pinar to proceed with cross-examination of the witness?
My lady?
Before we do that, if I may, can we find out as to where is the document uploaded on Caseline, where the particular page?
My lady, I'm still busy uploading it.
Okay, perhaps it's best to upload it first. Yes, I think the witness wanted to say something. Or is it, are you, okay?
Yeah, yes, my lady. Earlier on, you had cancelled us and requested that I say something to the court. If I may, please.
Yes, you must understand, right? We'll give you that opportunity. But we know that, you are still in the stand. That is why I'm saying whatever you want to say, you can say. It's okay. We do not deny you that opportunity. But at this point in time, the other counsel will be busy cross-examining you. Right? Because you are already done with your evidence in chief. Is it clear?
Thank you, my lady.
Because whatever you want to say can be said while you are still testifying. Before you, if it is not said, before you leave the stand, once you are finished with your evidence, you can add this, whatever, if it has not been said during your testimony. Is that fine with you, Ms. Mahlangu?
My lady, if I may, 2 cents worth of something to say on this matter.
Yes.
I was a full member of the budget.
Just a second, Mr. Pinar, I've noted you.
I was a full member appointed by Prima in 2014 as a chairperson of the social cluster. I never missed any meeting. So that's a context I wish to present to the court that MEC Maile was the chair of the economic cluster. MEC Vadi was the chair of the governance cluster. I was the chairperson of the social cluster. MEC Chrissy and the Premier, those were the 5 politicians being part of the budget committee and the official. That's the first point I'd like to present to the court. Maybe Mr. Mkari may not be aware of that. The second issue I'd like to indicate that when we go before the Premier's budget committee, I do not go alone. Dr. Pani Silivano was present, and his counsel can attest to that. And the CFO was present, and many other senior officials from the Department of Health were present with me in all of these meetings, and their names are not reflected. And then the attendance register in those meetings, we were signing an attendance register by hand, not by computer. And the third thing, my lady, I wish to state to the court, respectively and with humility, that when you present as a member of the PBC, I will sit with the other members when other department presents. When it's time for the departments that I led, which is health, come to present, I'll move from the chair where the PBC members sit and sit next to the officials of the Department of Health, present, take questions, respond to questions, and the Prima and MEC Chrissy will then make concluding remarks, and that department is released. What I'm pleading through you, my lady, that the minutes I'm requesting through you must be for the sections of the Department of Health. The life Esidimeni will be a tiny portion of that. This is my plea, and respectfully so, my lady. And the reason why I'm requesting and pleading with the court that the minutes of the 13th of November 2014 be requested, particularly relevant to the Department of Health presentation, in order to prove the fact that the origins of the decisions relating to all of those cost containment measures subsequently submitted on the 16th is not derived from the Department of Health, from the presentation made on the 13th of November. This is my plea, my lady. This is my plea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go to you, Mr. Pinar, can I find out, there is also Mr. Sibara. Regarding the minutes of the 13th of November 2014, Mr. Mukari, if you can assist us here.
My lady, we requested in particular for clarification on the minutes that are on record of 26 November. The evidence of the witness was that there was no discussion in the meeting of 13 November 2014 about life Esidimeni. That is the evidence in chief. So then I've not really specifically looked for those minutes, because her evidence is that the issue did not arise at all in that meeting. So that is her own evidence.
Okay. Thank you. Can I take the hands of Mr. Pinar, you are first, then from there, Mr. Sibara, then perhaps Mr. Late, yeah.
May it please the court, my lady. I just wanted to refer to the fact that there was reference to minutes or meetings on the 12th, 13th or 14th of November 2016, to which Ms. Matlongo has now alluded, which were also to be supplied. And I believe I would submit that it would only be proper for those documentation to be made available before even I commence with my cross-examination, my lady. I think
I hear you, but I hear you. We shouldn't cloud the issues. It was clarified from the evidence of Ms. Mahlangu that it is the minutes of the 13th of November 2014. Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, my lady. Before this court, we've got a witness who is adamant that there are minutes of the 13th of November 2014, which according to her, they are central to the determination of the inquest. And she's pleading with this court, my lady, that let's get those minutes. My lady, the court will note that we are representing Dr. Manamela, a person of interest. She has mentioned that in those minutes or the attendant register, she was there with senior officials of the department. We don't know what those
which minutes now?
She's talking about the minutes of the 13th of November 2014, where they were signing longhand. Even the minutes of the 26th of November 2014, they were signing longhands, not with the computerized documentation.
Yeah, I don't want to cloud the issues. What is important now is a request that the minutes of the 13th of November, right, 2014 be obtained, right? So are you further confirming that indeed with regard to the attendance registers, you still go along with those who are saying there is a dispute?
Yes, my lady, I go with that.
Okay, thank you. Any other hand? I think Mr. Late. Are you there, Mr. Late? And then
yes, my lady. There are so many issues that the witness can be cross-examined on. I don't know why everybody now wants this whole issue to be stalled for one document. that can be uploaded in the meantime, and everybody can have the opportunity to cross-examine it on that document if necessary. I agreed with Mr. Mokara that she didn't testify that there was any decision regarding life Esidimeni on the 13th of November 2014. But we can get them, or Mr. Mokara can get those minutes for us. But I don't know why we have to stand down and stand down and stand down all the time. We all have other duties to perform. We can't proceed with our duties. We can't be put onto the roster of our office because we don't know where we're going to finish. And this matter must really be finished now. And I don't know why we have to stand down all the time.
Thank you, Mr. Pilela.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Mkari will follow.
Thank you.
I also wanted to echo Mr. Late's sentiments to say these minutes are only relevant for one aspect, and that is when the decision was taken. But we can still proceed on other things.
Thank you. Mr. Mkari?
Thank you, Madam. I wanted to say that the witness,
yes.
not the witness, has made a presentation together with the department in the same meeting that you will find at page 51995, item 7. So that is the presentation that she made. And with that presentation, that she testified that the issue of life Esidimeni, she knew what is uploaded, she knew what is available on record, and for the proceedings to be stalled time and again when somebody mentions a document, when people had ample opportunity to approach whoever they believe as a document, when they don't get joy to approach Mr. Late to inform the investigating officer to use his powers to get the documents, is simply not on. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Mr. Hodes, I'm going to close the issue. Mr. Hodes?
Please, my lady, I agree, my lady, I agree that we should proceed. It's dragging on unnecessarily. This document was requested by your ladyship, not by the witness. So Mr. Makari is incorrect when he says that it was requested by the witness.
Is it me?
Your ladyship asked for it.
Is it me who requested the
Yes, my lady.
It's not me.
Yes.
It was mentioned by the witness. The document that I requested was the one dated the 26th of November. But she's the one who mentioned that there was a prior meeting. And she's the one who's insisting now to the court to say that she pleads with the court that the document should be uploaded, should be obtained. But in that regard, what I'm going to say is that the document, if Mr. Mokari, you can request the document, but we can proceed.
As your ladyship pleases. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. We will do so.
It must be clear on record that I didn't request this document because it is the witness who mentioned that there was a prior PBC meeting which related to the aspects that she referred to, which she said were the what was discussed in the minutes of the 26th or at the meeting of the 26th of November 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager.
Yes, Mr. Pinard, I think you have to proceed now.
May it please the court, my lady, taking note of your ladyship's stance, I would then request an indulgence to commence with my cross-examination at 2 o'clock due to the fact that the document's been uploaded, which I have not seen now. I would like to have reference there to once it's uploaded, and then I'll endeavour to proceed at 2 o'clock. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Van Bergen, are you the one next?
I am, my lady.
Are you ready to proceed?
I'm ready to proceed, my lady. If your ladyship will just bear with me, I did not expect to be on the stage at this stage. Thank you, my lady. My lady, my cross-examination of Ms. Mahlangu will be of a very limited nature. Your ladyship would have noted from her evidence that the references involving my client, Life Esidimeni, were oblique to a large extent, and that the witness was not personally involved in the issues that she referred to. So I do not intend delving into the history of the matter, and hopefully, and I would through you request the witness to answer the questions to the extent that it's possible with a yes or a no that would expedite matters. I will deal specifically with the issue of the alleged reluctance of Life Esidimeni to provide the full patient files. I want to record, my lady, that I do not intend dealing with the issue referred to. I may just page to the reference on page 52346, paragraph 59, where there is reference to Life Esidimeni death statistics.
Just a second.
Your ladyship will note in paragraph 59, is your ladyship on the page?
Yes, I am there. I just want to check here what this is, but it's fine. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm there. You may proceed.
Your ladyship will note that the witness stated there that thereafter I compiled the report for submission to Professor Makgoba for the purposes of the investigation. During the compilation of the report, I discovered a number of documents which I was seeing for the first time. Such information includes, but is not limited to, the following: semicolon, the Life Esidimeni death statistics covering the period before the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract, which is from 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013, and the report on the, quote, evaluation of compliance to health service standards and financial analysis report 2014/15, unquote. Lady, the reason why I am not going to address what is referred to as the Life Esidimeni death statistics is that it is my contention that any evidence relating thereto is opinion evidence, and more specifically expert opinion evidence. Ms. Mahlangu has not been qualified as an expert on statistics, more particularly not on death statistics. And to the extent that she may have been sought to be presented as such, we have not been provided with any document setting out her opinion in advance, as one would expect when an expert testifies.
Okay.
My lady, very importantly also, I submit, and your ladyship will recall that this aspect arose on a number of occasions in the past. More specifically, I think the last time was during Mr. Profi's cross-examination of Dr. Mkachwa, that any effort to compare deaths following termination of the Life Esidimeni contract with deaths that occurred at Life Esidimeni prior to that event will not assist your ladyship in answering the questions that your ladyship is enjoined to do by the Inquest Act. It will not provide an answer as to the cause or causes of death of the deceased, in respect of whom this inquest is held, and it will also not help in addressing the issue of causation, which is central to this inquest. And on that basis, I submit, my lady, that it is not relevant. Cause of death or causation cannot be determined by a mere numerical comparison, as has been sought to be done. My lady, and similarly, I'm not going to address the evaluation of compliance to health service standards document. That's the Health Advance Institute document. This witness has not expressed any view on it thus far. She has not given an indication of what, if anything, she wishes to say. So I'm not going to address it in cross-examination. Should the need arise, my lady, I reserve the right to request an indulgence from your ladyship at a later stage to cross-examine on that issue, but only if it becomes necessary. My lady, if I may then proceed.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I cannot see the witness. I don't know if it is only me with that problem.
Yes, she's not there. Mr. Odes, can you assist us? I'm also not seeing the witness. I don't know whether we are the only two not sees the witness.
We can see her, my lady. We can see her, my lady. Yes?
Yes, my lady, the witness is visible.
I think I must also leave the meeting.
My lady, I shall do the same.
I also can see her.
Now I can see the witness.
Thank you, my lady. So can I.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Mshlangu, you have been present in these proceedings, I think, through the entire duration of it. Just for the record, my name is Harry van Bergen, and I appear for Life Esidimeni. Ms. Mshlangu, just by way of background, can you place your qualifications on the record?
I have an advanced diploma in economics from the university, a certificate in economics from UNISA, an advanced diploma in economics from the University of the Western Cape. And I have an honors degree. The advanced diploma is an equivalent to a degree, to a junior degree. And I have an honors from the university in economics from the University of the Western Cape. I have a master's degree in finance and economics from the University of London, the School of Oriental African Studies. I also have a certificate stroke diploma in property development and investment from the University of Cape Town, UCT.
Thank you. Ms. Mshlangu,
Yes, you may proceed.
It seems to me that the majority of those qualifications relate to the field of economics. Would that be correct?
Yes, economics and finance.
Right. You do not have any medical qualification or nursing qualification, is that correct?
No, counsel, I don't have.
And from your introductory evidence in which you addressed the various positions that you have held in the Gauteng department or the Gauteng provincial government. It was my impression that, especially after you were appointed in the post of MEC for Health for the second time, that time was something that was very limited to you. You were extremely busy attending to various meetings and other obligations as the MEC. Is that correct?
It is correct, but may I say, Council, that I confined myself to the period post-2014 for the purposes of this inquest, but that has always been my political responsibilities over the years, as you've seen in the initial pages of the roles and responsibilities that I've been serving in the election in the ANC structures from 2002, being a member of parliament and all of that. So I confine myself only to the period concerned for the purposes of making things easier and shorter.
Yes, I accept that, Ms. Maslangu, and I would suggest that that is an appropriate thing to do. I will also limit my questions to the post-2014 period and not anything prior to that, unless it is relevant to the matter. And I got the impression, Ms. Maslangu, and if you can just confirm whether my impression is correct, that because of both the fact that you are qualified as an economist and a financial expert, and not as a medical or nursing expert on the one hand, and also because of the time constraints under which you worked, you were at all times reliant on staff members under you to carry out the actual functions within the department. Would that be correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And it flows from that, really, that because you had to rely on other persons to, in lay terms, do the work of the department, and I'm not suggesting that you were not, but it was on a different level, that you were also reliant on them to keep you informed of all relevant aspects pertaining to the work that they were doing.
Yes, Councillor.
You were not in a position where you, from your own knowledge, could comment on issues specifically with regard to the Life Esidimeni termination project, to comment on planning that was done, save as was discussed in meetings, on the one hand, and more particularly, you cannot comment from personal knowledge on the execution of the various transfers from Life Esidimeni facilities to NGOs or hospitals. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. My lady, may I just say that that is absolutely correct. That is why I think when Council took me through the organogram of the department, you will see the respective level of expertise and highly skilled individual in the Department of Health, and that is absolutely correct. And I think the organogram that I presented to this court is a clear demonstration of my responsibilities and to the extent of me being closer to the services at any given point in time.
Thank you. Ms. Maslangu, and for that reason, when you referred in your various affidavits and the chronology and so forth, L1, L2, and L3, to issues that were brought to your attention, such as, for example, issues of medication, that was conveyed to you by somebody in your department and not observed by yourself personally.
Yes, it's true, Councillor.
I will, on that basis, not put questions to you which have already been addressed by members or former members from your department pertaining to issues which you did not take part in and of which you were only informed, and thus any information that you would convey here would represent hearsay evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand, Councillor.
Thank you. My lady, I see it is 8 minutes to 1. The next aspect that I want to step over to is going to take a bit longer than the introductory part. May I request that I be afforded the indulgence of commencing with that after the lunch adjournment so that I can address it in an uninterrupted way?
Okay.
Thank you, my lady.
I think then that will be an opportune time for us to take the lunch adjournment. The witnesses want, as I did yesterday, Ms. Mahlangu. You are warned. We are now going to take the lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. You will continue with the oath that we have just taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases.
text messages that passed between you and Professor Makgoba, the health ombudsman. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Your evidence chief was that you became aware for the first time of the 36 deaths as known at that stage on 13 September 2016. Is that correct?
I said on the eve of the 13th, which was the night before when I was preparing to go for study. I think that's where I added that.
Yes. And you further testified that you then communicated with Professor Makgoba to ask him to investigate these deaths.
Yes, Council, that is on the 14th of September after I answered the questions.
Yes. So on page 1714, the first message we see is dated 14 September 2016 at 10:26 a.m. And it reads, it's virtually unheard of to have 36 deaths rapidly. Poisoning or an overdose of drugs could be the cause. Toxicological analysis is crucial at this point. Thanks, we'll await to hear progress. Malecha Puru, that is Professor Makgoba, is that correct?
Yes, Council.
So would I be correct that this was his first text response to you in reply to your request for his intervention?
My request to him, Council, was a telephone conversation. I called him and explained to him the purpose of my call and why I was requesting him to help us.
Yes.
This was his response, yes.
Yes, that's how we understand the evidence. Yes. And you then, on the 15th of September 2016 at 11:23, that's the next message, you wrote to him, "Thank you, Prof. I am sending documents to your office. Regards, Kidani." You agree?
Yes, Council.
And he responded, it would seem almost instantaneously, by saying, "Thanks. We'll await. I am putting a team together to deal with this speedily. Thanks for the opportunity. Just remind the minister to forward the letter of appointment." Do you agree so far?
Yes, Council.
Now, the next message is one from you, Professor Makgoba, at 3:01 p.m. And unfortunately, my copy, and even on lines, is so bad I can only make out the last 4 lines, which read, "But I will send what we have done and history of deaths from," perhaps assist with the remainder.
Yes. I think
it's, but more or less that's what the text would have said, but the accurate the content will be in the legible copy.
Yes. I don't think it's crucial at this stage. We can continue. And then Professor Makgoba texted back and he said, "We cannot work without clinical files. May I suggest you get these first and send us all at once? In the meantime, prepare the letter of engagement." You confirm that he requested the clinical files?
Yes, Council, he did.
Yeah. And you then responded, "Thanks, Prof, for the advice. I will draft it and send it to the minister's office." To which he replied, and that's on page 1716, "Please get the clinical files of the patients before this becomes a public relations problem." Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
And on 20 September 2016 at 8:11 p.m., so this is now 5 days after the previous texts,
Sorry, Council, what is the date?
20 September 2016 is the next entry. That's on page 1716. Professor Makgoba says, thank you. Now, I'm deducing that there may have been a telephone conversation between the two of you, and he then responded, thank you. I'm surmising that.
I can't remember exactly, but I don't know when he said thank you, what was the issue. It could be, I don't know, Cancer.
Yeah. Right. I think the next entry will shed light on it. On 23 September 2016 at 12:27 p.m., you texted the following to Professor Makgoba. You said, good morning, Prof. Trust you are well. Dr. Lebete is on his way. You good? Are delivering office to deliver documents. The message is a bit garbled, but I understand it to mean that Dr. Lebete is on his way to Professor Makgoba's office to deliver documents. Would you agree?
Yes, Council. I think it was supposed to say to your good office, something like that.
Yeah. And then he says, thanks. I'm out of office in Bloemfontein with the HOD today. Kindly provide me with Dr. Lebete's mobile number so that I can facilitate the handing over of the documents. Thanks. And then on the same day at 2:06 p.m., he texted you and said, I am informed the docs were safely delivered. We'll see them tomorrow. Now, those documents, Ms. Maslangu, were in fact the full patient clinical files, or some of them, that were delivered to Professor Makgoba. Do you agree?
Those, I think, were the 36 clinical files. I'm not sure whether there's later on where I have a conversation with Prof. Makgoba, because he specifically asked for 36, and then I said to him, we don't have. And in the end, when I met, I think, with Jonathan, we agreed that they can release the documents, but the facilities to print was going to be costly. And then they shared the drives with my office, and then my office printed those, and they were sent to the ombudsman through Dr. Lebete.
Now, you referred to Jonathan. Who is Jonathan?
I'm not sure whether the name is correct, but it was the gentleman who was the CEO of Life at the time. Was it Jonathan? I may be wrong, my lady, with the name, but there's a gentleman who was the CEO of our Life, I think around from August or so, or September, because if I'm not mistaken, we met him with the HOD around September or August, and then thereafter we agreed that he will give us the information we're looking for, hence the letter, and I think in the letter would have addressed a few other things that we had discussed with him.
Yes. Well, I think the importance in that...
Just a second. When you say the CEO, he was the CEO of Life. Are you talking about Life Esidimeni?
I don't think he was responsible for Life Esidimeni. He was the CEO of Life, because at the time, Life Esidimeni... Are
you referring to the hospitals of the Life group?
I met with a gentleman. I understood he was a CEO of Life. I don't know whether he was a group or a subsidiary of anything, but we discussed issues related to the Life Esidimeni matter.
Oh, okay.
Well,
continue, Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. So what we get from your evidence, Dr. Maslangu, is that Professor Makgoba requested 36 patient files. I assume the files of the 36 deceased patients. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And you then requested the CEO of, let's refer to him as the CEO of Life, all those 36 files, and they were provided and delivered to Professor Makgoba by 23 September 2016.
Yes, Councillor.
And then there is, after the entry on 23 September 2016 at 2:06, where Professor Makgoba said, I am informed the docs were safely delivered, we'll see them tomorrow. There's an illegible message from you. And then Professor Makgoba said, Monday is better. And you replied, thank you, Prof. We'll get them delivered on Monday then. Now, the 23rd of September 2016 was a Friday, and it would seem that Professor Makgoba indicated that it would be better if they were delivered on the Monday. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And the next message from Professor Makgoba under the date entry 26 September 2016, that's the Monday at 11, to answer questions. You have provided and continue to provide, it's highly appreciated. We'll keep in touch. Now, it seems there was a meeting between you and Professor Makgoba, is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Right. We don't have to go into the content of that meeting. You then responded to that message and you said, thank you for the opportunity to connect with you. We are sending 4 clinical patients' records, which were outstanding, and 2 additional information on clinical files already. The 4 we're sending has ID numbers. So from that, it appears that less than the 36 requested were originally delivered on the Monday 26, and 4 additional ones, the remaining 4, were then obtained and sent on the 5th of October.
Yes.
Is that a fair deduction on my part?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, from this, Ms. Mashlangu, the question that arises is that in your paragraph 38 on page 52343, where you said, I had to intervene by writing a letter to Life Esidimeni requesting the release of the patient files. Life Esidimeni was uncooperative with regard to the release of the files. That statement appears to be unjustified in the context of Professor Makgoba having requested the files on the 15th of September and the bulk of them having been ready for delivery on the 23rd. So within a week. Would you agree that there was cooperation?
There was cooperation after I met with the CEO, and specifically with this 36 related files, that information was sent. But the broader files on the mental health care users who would have been sent to NGOs, those files were not given, in my understanding. Even when I went to when I was at Masiho, I asked the question, they said they never received file. And I think when I went to Precious Angel and the thing that was Sirman in Hammanskraal, they said there were no patient files. So there's a specific issue of the 36, but there's a broader problem. They told me there was a broader problem of the records. And as I said, in the 3 NGOs that I had visited, the question was, the issue was raised that the files had not been given. So there I was addressing a broader issue, yes, not really specifically related to this. On the 36, and if I may say, my lady, even Professor Makgoba himself, when he asked me for those files at the time, he had said he had requested the files himself from Life and he never got them. So that's the context.
Ms. Mashlangu, please stick to what you yourself know and not give evidence of what other people had said. That's hearsay evidence.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just stick to what you know. The issue of full patient files having been given or not has been addressed by other witnesses. and has been dealt with. The evidence is that an agreement was reached between Dr. Nkachwa and Dr. Manamela that the department could come and make copies of files. I'm not going to repeat that evidence at this juncture. It is on record. Now, let's just investigate what you said a bit further. Your ladyship will bear with me for a moment. And this relates to specifically to when and for what purpose those files had been requested. My lady, if I may refer the witness to page 28895 on case lines.
Two 8895.
Indeed, my lady. In fact, my lady, if we can start at 28894. Do you have the page, Ms. Maslangu?
Yes, Councillor.
If you could go to line 14 in the middle of the page, where it says Ms. Kidani Maslangu. Yes. And this deals, in essence, with what you have said a moment ago. You said, I was informed, Justice, that basic information was given. I do not know how basic it was, but I was informed that it was given. And as I went around, I think I went to about 2 or 3 NGOs because there were too many to visit, so we spread ourselves. But in the NGOs I went, I asked to see the files, particularly at Masegu, and I asked to see the files of patients who have been there for longer compared to those who just arrived. Even then, they simply told me that they did not have files of the patients. The FICA files, I'm not sure what the reference to FICA is, but what you testified is the FICA files of the patients when they left. Just to further just elaborate this point, after I wrote the letter to Life, we engaged the CEO of Life. Some files, particularly of the number of people at the time I was aware that would have died, they sent us those in an electronic form, and one patient file will be probably about 5 or 6 boxes. Do you remember that evidence, Ms. Maslangu?
Yes, Councillor.
And that was one of the problems that Dr. Nkachwa had discussed with Dr. Manamela, is the volume of paper that would be involved, which you confirm that one patient file will be probably about 5 or 6 boxes. You continued, they were as thick as that. So, and none of the NGOs had that kind of information. In my conversation with the CEO of Life at the time, and again in one meeting I was with the HOD, another meeting I was with Dr. Lebete. Actually, we met here at Emoyeni. The issue was about we should have access to the files so that whoever is managing the files, wherever they are, post the move, because that was the thing. The meeting was in September. So is that the meeting with the CEO?
Oh, I wouldn't remember.
Well, just
exactly. But I remember the context of the file as it is mentioned there, the 6 boxes, so that I remember. As for the meeting at the Moyeni, I think one meeting we had was at Melrose. The other one, I can't remember exactly.
Ms. Maslangu, my apologies for interrupting you, but let me try and assist you. Earlier in that same paragraph, you say, and again in one meeting I was with the HOD in another meeting, sorry, before that, and my conversation with the CEO of Life at the time. So you refer to conversation with CEO of Life, and then the meeting was in September. Is it conceivable that the meeting with the CEO was in September?
Possibly, Councillor.
Right. Now, if you could, on the same page from line 11, it is Advocate Patrick Nguchana asks you, before you proceed, I just want to find out, when was it, when you were informed that patients were released without files? And you say it was, sorry, and Advocate Nguchana says, and when did you intervene by writing this letter? And you answered in line 15, I wrote the letter in September because I realized that things were not like being acted upon, but in meetings it was raised and I continuously appealed to the team as professionals. I worked with professionals, very qualified people as far as I'm concerned, and I had no doubt that the team of people I worked with, they are well qualified, well suitable, and they have been in the system longer, so they know their responsibilities and duties, and I was comfortable that they know what they are doing because they are professional over and above everything. On the next page, the arbitrator, Mr. Justice Museneke, asks, that is September 2016. And you say, yes, I wrote the letter, I think September, October 2016. As I am saying, I do not. I wish that I could have had it in front of me, but then Mr. Justice Museneke says, on second thought now, let me see, knowing what you know now, how many people had died in September 2016? Can you remember? And you say from the information that was given by the HOD through when the question was raised in the legislature, the answer it gave to the legislature was that there were 36 people who had died. And Justice Museneke says, and that was in when? It was in August, and you interject exactly on 13 September, if I'm not mistaken. And if your ladyship will bear with me. So on the next page, 28897, Advocate Nguchana asks in line 2, when was this thing raised with you? And you ask pardon, and Advocate Nguchana asks, when was this thing raised with you of the missing records, patients' files? And you responded, I think it was raised in 1 or 2 meetings. I cannot remember exactly the date. Advocate Nguchana, you would not know the month or so, and you answer, no, I would not. No, I would not unless I see documents or whatever. Advocate Nguchana, but it will be far from the date when you intervened. And you say, and Advocate Nguchana, say, for example, it is raised in September. And in September, during September, you write the letter, and you then interjected, it could have been earlier than the time when I wrote the letter. It could have been earlier. I'm not sure exactly. It could have been somewhere in August or so. That I do not know exactly, but it was not earlier than that. You confirm that? So no earlier than August 2016 was missing records raised with you. Do you agree?
Councillor, I honestly, it's been a long time since I dealt with these issues. Even at the time when I went to the arbitration, there are things I can remember. There are things I cannot remember the specifics exactly on which day things were raised, on which day things were not raised, because as I was saying on Tuesday, I dealt with a lot of issues on a daily basis, and this project was one of them, and I did not interact or deal with it on a daily basis. So to the best of my ability, what I would have said at the arbitration, probably it could be true, but the time has passed, and it's already 6 years that I've been out of the system, so I wouldn't really remember each and every one of these things, and that's my answer, Council.
Yes, Ms. Maslangu. The question was a simple one, really. Your evidence on oath at the arbitration was that the issue of missing files could have been raised with you somewhere in August or so. You don't know exactly, but it was not earlier than that. That was your evidence on oath, not so?
That's the evidence on at the arbitration, Council.
Yes. I want to go further than that, Ms. Maslangu. When one looks at the evidence contained in the messages between you and Professor Makgoba, I am going to submit to her ladyship that your involvement in endeavoring to obtain full patient files arose only after Professor Makgoba requested you, as shown in the text messages, to obtain the copies of the 36 patient files. And that is also why initially only 36 files were provided. You want to comment on that?
No comment, Council.
Thank you. If your ladyship will just bear with me for a moment.
Okay.
And I will further argue, thank you, my lady, I will further submit to her ladyship that your intervention, as referred to in paragraph 38 on page 52343 and also paragraphs 9.15 to 9.20 in LL2 on page 16883 was not in the context of clinical management, but was solely in the context of obtaining files for purposes of providing Professor Makgoba with information he had requested. Do you want to comment?
No comment.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions to this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar, I trust that you are ready now.
May it please the court, my lady. I've just received notice of a document that's been uploaded, but I'm ready to proceed in any case. And if needs be, I will request an opportunity at a later stage to be granted an opportunity to put questions with regard to what has been sent to me now at the moment, my lady, which I haven't had the opportunity to peruse yet. If your ladyship would grant me that indulgence, should it be necessary, my lady.
Just a second, Mr. Late.
If Mr. Pina is referring to the minutes of the meeting, that document was already available before lunchtime, my lady.
And what I picked up from, okay, let's just leave that. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, you hear what Mr. Late has just said to the court?
My lady, I only received a notice now that there's a document. But be that as it may, as I said, I've indicated I'm willing to proceed with my cross-examination, but should it be necessary, once I've scrutinized it, then if necessary, I will request an indulgence from your ladyship.
Please continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Good afternoon, Mrs. Maslangu.
Good afternoon, Council.
I'm Advocate Pinaar, representing Ms. Anna Hendrika Jacobus, who was a Deputy Director General in the Gauteng Department of Health and a subordinate to Dr. Manamela in the Mental Health Division.
Was she a Deputy Director General or just a Deputy Director?
Sorry, my lady, it's my mistake. A Deputy Director.
Thank you. Yes, you may continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Mrs. Mahlangu, I'm going to endeavour to put my question simple, in such a manner it would only require a yes or no answer without any explanation unless I request an explanation. Is that acceptable?
I hear you, Cancer.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Is it Mrs. Mahlangu? Sorry.
Miss.
Miss, sorry. Now, Ms. Mahlangu, I have listened to your evidence that you presented in chief, as well as the evidence provided now in the cross-examination, but specifically your evidence in chief. I concluded that there was a golden thread running through your evidence. This golden thread had two strands. One was severe financial restraints.
Mr. Pinaar, sorry to interject you. I think we lost the court.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Sikora.
Yes, I don't know what happened. We were interrupted. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. I'm not sure, did your ladyship get the first part of my question?
The question was, you had not yet posed that question. You
yes,
just said
the
that
statement I made, my lady.
Yes, this is a statement, yes, it has been well captured.
I'm indebted to your ladyship. Now, Miss Mahlangu, the one strand of this golden thread was...
Come again, perhaps you should start from scratch.
May it please the court, my lady. Miss Mahlangu, from your evidence, primarily in chief, I've concluded that there was a golden thread through your evidence. This golden thread had two strands. The one strand related to the financial constraints the Gauteng Department of Health was experiencing. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Councillor.
The second strand related to the Auditor General making or providing audit statements which placed the Gauteng Department of Health under pressure. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, continue.
Yes, continue. Am I correct, Mr. Mahlangu? That these concerns, the financial constraints, as well as the Auditor General's reaction or comments, resulted in the Life Esidimeni project, if I can refer to it as such, being under strain. Is that correct?
I do not follow the question, my lady.
Can you please rephrase for the witness to understand?
I'll endeavour to do that, Ms. Matlangu. The financial constraints the Gauteng Department of Health was experiencing, together with the responses received from the Auditor General, reflected adversely on the Gauteng Department of Health during the Life Esidimeni project's process. You agree with that?
My lady, I'm not getting the question. I don't know if it can be asked. Very simple. I am not following at all. I don't know, maybe somebody can help me understand what counsel is asking me.
Well, lady, I will endeavour to rephrase my whole question in simple terms.
If I understood your question, I'll just pose it the way you did, and then you can just unpack it from there. Your question was the issue of the financial constraints together with the Auditor General's comments regarding the qualified report resulted in the Life Esidimeni project put under strain. That is how you post it.
As the court pleases, my lady. That's the manner in which I initially put it, yes?
Yes. Perhaps you can clarify it for the witness to understand it.
Thank you, my lady. I'll endeavour to do that. Ms. Matlangu? Was the Life Esidimeni project put under strain?
Counsel, I wish to answer the question, but I'm honestly not understanding it at all, because, my lady, the question says they state the finances of the department and the Auditor General put the project under strain, if this is how I'm understanding it. So I am not sure. I'm not following, my lady. Let me not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pina. Mr. Late.
With all due respect, I also don't understand what Mr. Pina is referring to if he refers to the Life Esidimeni project.
That is why I put it back to him.
I don't know what
he's
referring to.
Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. And with all due respect, I know on the evidence presented up until this stage, the reference was to the Marathon project, but when Ms. Matlangu was giving her evidence in chief, reference was made to the Life Esidimeni project. And that's why I'm using the same vernacular.
Okay, but now the witness doesn't understand the question, and we also don't understand the question. If you can assist us.
I will rephrase my whole question.
Please do.
And hopefully that will resolve this issue. Ms. Matlangu, the financial constraints that you referred to in your evidence in chief that the Gauteng Department of Health was experiencing, was that a major concern to you?
It was a major concern to the Gauteng government as a whole.
Was it also a major concern to you?
Through you, my lady, there's evidence on record since I took the stand and since this matter started that when I took over the Department of Health, or when I was deployed in the Department of Health in 2014, the department was placed under Section 18G, if I'm not mistaken, of the PFMA. We can go to that section to read and understand what it means. So when a department is put under Section 18G of the 18.2G of the PFMA, it means that the Treasury, the specific section the PFMA says, functions and powers of the provincial Treasury. A provincial Treasury must, then the Section A to D, under Section 2, it says provincial Treasury must intervene by taking appropriate steps, which may include not withholding of funds to address serious or persistent material breach of this act by a provincial department or provincial...
to interrupt, Ms. Mahlangu. The Department of Health was placed under administration.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Council. That I understand, and that is correct.
And the fact that the Gauteng Department of Health had been placed under administration, was that a concern to you?
Yes, it was a great concern. If I may, Council, the decision to put the Department of Health under Section 18.2G of the PFMA was taken in December of the financial year 2012-2013, when I was a member of the executive of another department. In this instance, I was in public work. So when I was deployed in the department, I was fully aware of the problems and the challenges, because these were often discussed in the Executive Council about the state of finances in the Department of Health.
My question was simple. Was it a concern to you?
I think she's answered. She said she answered yes. Can we move on?
May it please the court, my lady. And due to the concern, or let me put it rather this way, Ms. Mahlangu, you were keen to have the administration under which the Gauteng Department of Health had been placed to be uplifted.
Yes, Council.
And if I understood your evidence correctly, this necessitated cost-cutting measures being applied in the Gauteng Department of Health.
My lady, may I answer the cost-cutting measures were prescribed by Provincial Treasury through the budget, the Premise Budget Committee. And all departments, and ever since I've been in the Executive Council, all departments were expected to come with items that will help the government to save resources and be able to get that money to be deployed to other to deliver essential services. So the cost cutting, the Department of Health was not spared from that requirement by Provincial Treasury. So it will be education, so it will be social development and all others in the province.
Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Sorry, my lady, I neglected at the commencement of my cross-examination to indicate the purpose of my cross-examination.
Yes, you did.
Yes. My lady, I apologize for that omission.
I trust that Mr. Mukari also follows, because each one of you have to outline the purpose of cross-examination in order to limit the issues to relevance. That is what was agreed upon in the process.
Thank you, my lady. I follow.
Actually,
that helps a lot so that people are not all over.
Okay, thank you so much.
May it please,
yes,
my lady. My cross-examination is primarily aimed to indicate and to found my submissions, should it be justified to your ladyship at the conclusion of the proceedings, whether credence can be attached to the evidence of Ms. Mhlongo, firstly. Secondly, whether there's any evidence that would be of assistance to your ladyship with regard to the finding to be recorded by your ladyship in terms of section 16 of the Inquest Act 58 of 1959 as amended. Please, the court, my lady.
I hear you will have to listen to the questions and hear where you're going, but where it is found that you're not within what you are requested to do, obviously the court will have to intervene, and even your colleagues can intervene just to check if whatever you have asked still fits in. Can I think there is Mr. Late has got a hand there. Mr. Late?
With all due respect to Mr. Pino, my lady, that is not what he just did. He's not outlining the question that he is going to do. It's a very, very broad umbrella that he gives himself there, testing the credibility of the witness and then open it further up to whether she was or who can be held responsible in terms of section 16 of the Act. It gives him unlimited space to examine this witness. It's not.
That is why I clearly said, in case he goes to far beyond the limit, then obviously one will restrict him to what he's supposed to do.
May it please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Thank you.
And I will endeavour to stay or keep within the ambit of what I've presented insofar as it is relevant, my lady.
Continue.
May it please the court, my lady.
Well, remember you had started asking some questions, then you need not repeat those questions. You can continue.
May it please the court.
They are already on record.
Yes. May it please the court, my lady. So, Ms. Mhlongo, did any member of the Gauteng Department of Health raise concerns with you regarding the Life Esidimeni project? Yes or no?
My lady, when council says member, does it mean the staff, the officials in the department?
Yes, okay. I think the question is not clear. Are you referring to the officials, the employees of the department?
May it please the court, my lady? Yes, I'm referring to the employees. Were concerns raised?
There were no concerns, my lady, raised relating to the contract.
Come again? I didn't pick that up.
As far as I remember, there were no concerns raised relating to the cancellation of the contract once the decision was made and the department acted on that. the HOD writing the letter. I think it would be helpful if the council indicates some specifics, because the question is really broad and I don't want to waste the time of the court by just going on and on, my lady, if possible.
Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, my question is simple. It's not broad. Were concerns raised, yes or no? Then I would, if I deem it meet, ask further questions in that regard, if I require it.
The concerns relating to the cancellation of the contract, and nobody else, there was no concern raised related to that matter.
Thank you.
So the answer is no.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Mhlongo, you have been referred to, I think it was Exhibit LL. Lady, I just want to make sure now, I think it was LL1. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's on page 52342. And I'm referring to paragraph 35. Do you have that, Ms. Mhlongo?
Yes, I'm there in paragraph 35.
And in paragraph 35, you stated you were never informed of any major problems. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were only informed of teething problems relating to patient files. Is that correct?
Yes, and I also added later, I said food and clothing.
You said?
So later on, through you, my lady, that the issues of food and clothing, that's what I would have added in the subsequent conversations, I think in my supplementary on day 2.
The issue of food and
clothing items.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Mhlongo, were any concerns raised or were you informed of concerns regarding the time period available within which to implement the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract?
Yes, Council, there was.
And was that a major concern?
It was a concern. It was dealt with in the extent that when they asked for extension, we granted the extension. So I'm not sure how to classify it, Council.
Let's just listen to the question, Ms. Mhlongo, and I'm going to ask you to remain calm, because it appears, I don't know, now you are a changed person. Please, just listen to the question. Where it requires a yes or no, you just say yes or no. And if you don't understand the question, just ask for clarity. All right?
Thank you, Council.
Now, Ms. Mhlongo, the process of implementing the Life Esidimeni contract was that determined by you personally or by the senior personnel of the Gauteng Department of Healthcare Division?
Just before she answers, I think there is a hand, Mr. Sibano.
Malady, I just want to get clarity from my senior advocate, Pienaar SC. Is the process of implementing Life Esidimeni contract or terminating? I just want to get clarity there. he made reference to the process of implementing life Esidimeni contract.
Sorry, Mr. Sibara, I'm indebted to you. I meant the implementation of the termination of the life Esidimeni contract.
Please, thanks, Mr. Sibara. And I saw there was a hand by Mr. Hodes. Have you been answered, Mr. Hodes?
It was the same issue, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Please clarify your question. Can you please assist me so that the witness should not be confused with regard to the questions that are being asked? And Ms. Mahlangu, if you don't understand the question, you must indicate, please. Thank you. Can the question be rephrased?
As the court pleases, my lady, I'm going to endeavour to make it a simple question. Ms. Mahlangu, did you determine what procedures had to be followed in order to implement the termination of the life Esidimeni contract?
May you just be please slow, Counsel, so that I can write the question.
Did you, Ms. Mahlangu, determine what procedures needed or required to be followed to implement the termination of the life Esidimeni contract? Yes, or did you or did you not?
The answer,
just before you respond, thank you. Just before you respond, there is a hand, yes?
My lady, that's not simplifying the question. To ask, did you determine what procedures had to be followed to implement the termination of the contract? If the intention is to ask the question, did you decide what had to be done to terminate the contract, would simplify it. But to say implement the procedures to be followed complicates the question. It doesn't simplify it with respect. If simple questions could be put, we'll get simple answers, but you can't put a complicated statement and expect a yes or no answer. And it's implementing a termination process instead of just terminating. I think Mr. Penal must please restrict his questions to simpler questions so that can be understood by all.
Mr. Penal?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, I do not interpret the question that I had put as being involved and intricate.
Can I ask the witness to step aside, please? Don't go far away. Yes.
But I'll endeavour nonetheless, my lady. I'm not going to enter into a war of words now regarding the question, but I will put the question, hopefully, in a simple manner, which will justify a simple answer.
Okay, thank you. Can the witness be called back? Are you ready, Ms. Mahlangu?
Yes, my lady, I am ready. My apologies, okay. I have a splitting headache, so...
yes, but you can have your water, that's fine, and then we'll proceed.
So if you see me touching my hand, my lady, it's not disrespect to the court. I'm sorry.
Okay, but you can have your water first because I see you have some tablets with you.
My lady, if I may interject, is the witness satisfactory condition to continue with the cross-examination, or would she rather request an indulgence?
No, I'm good, my lady. We can proceed.
Yes, let's proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you, Ms. Mahlangu. Now, Ms. Matlangu, we heard evidence that the Life Esidimeni contract or service level agreement had to be terminated. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And due to the service level agreement had a provision that 6 months notice had to be given. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And therefore termination was effected during September 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, the letter of to notify Life that the contract is being terminated.
And 6 months. And Ms. Matlangu, the 6 months period would then have expired at the end of March 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And that information was conveyed to the senior personnel, if I can refer to them as such, of the Gauteng Department of Health and the Mental Health Care Unit?
I think so, Councillor. I'm not sure. Sorry, my lady, I'm not sure whether I understand the question. May Councillor just repeat it?
I'll repeat it in this sense. Were the mental health care section or unit of the Gauteng Department of Health informed that the Life Esidimeni contract was terminated?
Well, Councillor, when the decision was made, of course, the HOD wrote the letter as to what process he embarked upon to inform the rest of the departmental junior staff. I wouldn't be sure exactly how that information was communicated.
No, Ms. Matlangu, my question was simple. Were they informed or not? In what manner, I'm not interested in.
Not by me.
The question was not, did you do it, Ms. Matlangu?
I think the HOD informed them.
Thank you, Ms. Matlangu. Now, the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract would result in mental health issues being transferred from Life Esidimeni facilities to other facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Is it also correct, Ms. Matlangu, that mental health care users can be described as the most vulnerable section or portion of the community?
Yes, Councillor.
You were aware of that, Ms. Matlangu?
Yes, I was aware. I was made aware.
And you were you made aware that mental health care users are in many instances extremely frail, not only mentally but also physically?
Yes, Councillor. As in respective meeting, Dr. Manamela and Mr. Msunoch would have presented a profile of the different mental health care users to say this is schizophrenia and all the different categories. So that would have been prepared by the team and shared in the meeting.
So am I correct, Ms. Mhlongo? You were well aware of the fact that transferring mental health care users from live Esidimeni facilities to other facilities required circumspection and proper care. Is that correct?
Yes, I was informed in the meeting like that.
Now, if I understood your evidence correctly, did you have meetings on a regular basis with Dr. Manamela, Mr. Mosonogi, Dr. Lebete, Dr. Selibanu, senior members of the Gauteng Department of Health in the mental health care unit?
I had meeting with the project team, as the names have already been shared in the record of this court.
And was this on a regular basis?
Whenever I was available by cancer.
So if we can break it down, was it 2 weekly? Or?
No, definitely not 2 weekly. Whenever I was available. If I had my diary, then I would be able to say, present it to the court and say, this is my diary. Then you'll be able to see how frequent those meetings were.
Now, Ms. Mhlongo, we have heard evidence, and you confirmed such evidence, that with regard to the Banning facility, the termination was not proceeded with. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Now, during the meetings that you had with can I refer to it as the project team?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct.
With the meetings you had with the project team, did they raise serious concerns regarding the transfer of Banning mental health care users?
Banning was never part of the cancellation, so therefore that issue would not arise.
Okay. Now, with regard to the life, before I continue there, Mr. Mosonogi was the appointed project leader, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Sorry, Ms. Mhlongo, I don't know what happened. Did you get the question or not?
No. I also didn't get the question.
Lady, it appears the witness can't hear me.
No, I can hear you.
You haven't come again?
I can hear you, my lady, but the council hasn't posed the question.
I haven't heard the question.
Sorry, Ms. Mhlongo, I did pose a question, but it seems to me the connectivity got lost somewhere in the meantime. But you back now? Can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor, I can hear you.
Lady, I think there's a problem.
Yes, she can hear
the
you.
Witness hearing or
is it a problem from your side, Mr. Pina?
Sorry, my lady, I can't hear you either, my lady.
Yes, just exit the meeting and rejoin. He says he can't hear me. If there is anybody who can assist by calling him.
Sorry, my lady, you're also inaudible at the moment.
Mr. Pinar, can you hear me?
Lady, I can hear everybody, so I'm not.
I can also hear him, but his problem is that he can't hear us.
My lady, I'll call him.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my lady. Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, my lady, but I do. Yeah, now I can see your ladyship and the witness.
Okay.
It seems the connectivity had dropped.
Okay. Proceed then.
Ms. Matlangu, if I remember correctly, my last question was, Mr. Mosanogi, was he the project leader?
Yes, Councillor.
And had Mr. Mosanogi also been involved with the termination of the Selby facility?
Yes, Council, and the moving of patients from the old natal spread to the new natal spread. From the old natal spread, sorry, to Telemokharane, sorry, my apology.
Sorry, I didn't get that, Ms. Matlangu.
Was also involved in the movement of patients from the old natal spread in Katlehong to the new Telemokharane Hospital in Vosloorus.
Thank you, Ms. Matlangu. So, would you agree, Ms. Matlangu, Mr. Mosanogi was a person experienced in processes such as the transfer of mental health care users from one facility to another?
He was the project leader of this project in specific. As to being an expert, I wouldn't venture to say that, Council. My sincere apology.
Well, would it be fair to say he was well knowledgeable regarding the process of transferring mental health care users?
I'm sure he was, Council.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Matlangu, did Mr. Mosanogi formally write a letter to you?
Yes, Council. I saw that letter in the records of the court, and yes.
And in that letter, did Mr. Mosanogi raise serious concerns regarding the time period from termination in September to completing the transfers at the end of March 2016?
My lady,
we're going to have a problem. I think there's a problem. I think you are breaking, Mr. Pina.
Sorry, my lady. Am I clear now? Or still?
You haven't said anything, if you can.
Lady, maybe I should I not just...
I can hear you now. Perhaps you can just rephrase the question or...
Sure. Ms. Matlangu, did Mr. Mosanogi raise a concern regarding the time period in which the transfer of mental health care users had to be completed by the end of March 2016?
My lady, as I said in my previous testimony to the court, that the email I saw at the time I was hospitalized and I was at home recuperating, Mr. Mosanogi raised those issues in the meeting in my presence, and the extension was granted based on his engagement in the meeting, raising those concerns. The extension was granted for the further 3 months.
Ms. Matlangu, did Mr. Mosanogi request an extension of a minimum of 6 months to a maximum of 1 year?
Council, the extension was raised in the meeting. As I said, I think a day or so as to expressly who raised it between Mr. Msonoku and Dr. Manamela, I wouldn't remember exactly. But the matter was raised in the meeting about the extension and the fact that the time would not be enough. On the basis of those discussions, the contract was further extended up until the end of June.
Yes, but just listen to the question carefully. What Mr. Pinar is asking you is whether it is Mr. Mosenogi or Dr. Manamela. But it's just that his question was in relation to Mr. Mosenogi. He wants to know if he did raise a concern of an extension of 6 months to a year. We understand that at the end of the day, they were granted an extension of about 3 months. Am I correct, Mr. Pinar? Did I capture the question the right way?
That's correct, my lady. I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Yes, Ms. Mahlangu.
My lady, the question, I thought I've already answered it. Even yesterday it arose by saying that the discussions in the meeting, the issue of the extension, the fact that there's no sufficient time for the NGOs to be ready at the 30th of March. On the basis of the discussion in the meeting, then we agreed that the contract must be extended. Mr. Steve Mabona went ahead even to inform the public. And this is what I also said yesterday when the matter arose.
I don't want to interfere, but Mr. Pina, this question pertains to whether you were asked for an extension of about 6 months or a period of a year, given the concerns that were raised. And I don't think it's something that you answered yesterday.
My lady, the answer is that the question, permission was sought to extend the contract for another between 3 months, between 6 and a year. And then we agreed after discussion that it should be extended to 3 months. And I also said yesterday that Dr. Manamela would have mentioned in the meeting that the quality of care, if the contract is extended longer than the period that was granted, the quality of care was becoming poor at life. And this I did say yesterday on record. And I think the record
that the quality of care was becoming poor at life.
Poor at life, if indeed we're going to extend more than that. And I did indicate to this fact yesterday.
Yes, but we must also understand, when you keep on talking about at life, are we talking about life Esidimeni, or we are talking about something else? Because we are here because of the termination of the service level agreement between life Esidimeni specifically and the department, or Gauteng Department of Health. So one is getting confused. That's why earlier on I asked that, but I left it there. So that should be cleared, and then.
I'm referring to the matter under discussion.
My lady, my apologies for interjecting. I just want to, through you, my ladyship, request the witness to limit her evidence to knowledge that she has. She has a habit of referring to this person said this and that person said that.
Okay. Yes.
Which is hearsay evidence, and it should not be allowed, my lady.
But I'm worried about this thing of saying life, while we know, she's the one who now always comes and say, she's the one who's testifying, referring to life, not life Esidimeni.
Yes, no, I'm in agreement with your ladyship, but
yes, I got your point, yes.
In addition to that, my lady.
Yes.
As your ladyship, please.
Thank you, Miss. You heard what counsel is saying and the court. Ms. Mahlangu, we need clarity here. And please, when you ask questions, listen to the question and give us answers that relate to you specifically, what you know of, not what others said or whatever, because that is now hearsay evidence.
My lady, may I?
We need to deal with the facts here as to what is it that you know transpired.
But my lady, I was not an implementer. I would not have first-hand knowledge in any of these things I'm being asked about. And that is my humble plea to the court. I am a politician way above, and below me there's more than 60,000 employees. So if I'm asked an operational question when I got information from an official, there's no way, any other way to answer that question other than saying, I was told, I was informed, this is how I got to know the information. So the position I am finding myself, my lady, I am not able to talk about things with authority because I was not an implementer. Everything I've said in this court is from the reports from the officials. When I say life apology, I mean life Esidimeni.
Thank you. I see Mr. Hodes, Mr. Pina, Mr. Late. I don't know whether Mr. Hodes should go first, Mr. Late.
Hold on. Okay.
And the witness can just be, perhaps the witness can just step aside.
May I have the opportunity to go to the back?
Yes, you can.
Ms. Mhlongo is Mr. Hodes' client. If he doesn't address my concern, I will then reply to that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hodes?
Thank you, my lady. My lady, if the cross-examiner elicits hearsay, it's admissible. It's not her fault that he's asking questions about what she was told and the reasons given for the termination. She's made her position clear. Insofar as he elicits cross-examination, that's hearsay, that calls on hearsay answers, that's the risk he takes with respect. It's not for her to keep quiet because she'd heard something else when it's elicited under cross-examination. She explained her position in the organogram very, very clearly, and that she relied on information given to her by other people. If the questions then ask, what was the basis? And then she then says, I was told the following. That's what one should anticipate in cross-examining those issues. So those answers are admissible with respect.
Mr. Late?
I agree fully with Mr. Hodes, my lady. Mr. Pina has, since the beginning of his cross-examination, constantly elicited hearsay evidence from the witness. And I just want to add what Mr. Hodes has said, is that this brings the court absolutely no further regarding a finding in the end, because this court can really not rely on her evidence regarding whatever anybody had said to her. And most of the witness of what
posing a question whether X or Y was done or not done. It's as simple as that, my lady.
Perhaps how you pose the question. Okay, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, the witness excused herself.
Oh, I thought you were still addressing the court. Mr.
Van lady, no, sorry, my lady, that's I have no more to add to that, my lady.
Yes, my worry is you keep on repeating the evidence that is on record. If there is a point that you want to converse with the witness, please go straight to that point. I think Mr. Van Bergen wanted to address the court. Am I correct, Mr. Van Bergen?
My lady, no, I agree with Mr. Hodes that hearsay evidence elicited during cross-examination is admissible. The issue that I have with Ms. Mhlongo is she is asked a question, and then instead of answering that question directly, she brings in evidence that is not relevant to the question and which is hearsay. And it seems to be, well, I don't want to say it's deliberate on her part in order to get information that she wants to get before the court that wouldn't otherwise be obtained. It is just a concern that I have about her manner of answering.
That has been noted. Thank you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Perhaps we can just wait for her for 5 minutes. She requested to go to the bathroom in the meantime.
May it please the court, my lady.
Ah, there she is. Yes, continue, Mr.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Mahlangu, I'm going to repeat my question. I'm not sure whether it has been answered, my lady, with all due respect. Did Mr. Mosonogi request an extension of a minimum of 6 months to a year?
I think that was answered. She said at the end, they agreed after discussion that the extension should be for 3 months. We can just live with that.
As it pleases the court, my lady. Now, Ms. Mahlangu, did Mr. Mosonogi provide any reason for his request for an extension? Yes or no?
Yes, I think they will provide it, Council.
Am I correct, Ms. Mosonogi? Sorry, Ms. Mahlangu. Beg your pardon. That Mr. Mosonogi requested the extension to ensure that the department's facilities were in a position to receive the mental health care users and to provide adequate care for the most vulnerable patients. Is that correct?
Yes, I can't remember the exact issues, I think, yeah, but that could be the case.
Yes, Mr. Lead.
My lady, your ladyship just now requested Mr. Pienaar not to repeat the evidence that is already on record. Mr. Mosonogi already testified to this. It is on record. Why must this witness now answer to everything that Mr. Mosonogi has testified about? It's not necessary for her to confirm his evidence. He gave his evidence, and whether it was done or not done, it's water under the bridge. The extension was not given further than it was in the end, and that's the facts. Those are the facts before court. So I don't know why Mr. Pienaar wants this witness to confirm everything that Mr. Mosonogi tells her. He was not. His credibility was not attacked.
All right. Thanks.
On that score, my lady.
I need to excuse the witness because I see there's another hand. Yes, if you can just step aside, Ms. Mahlangu. Ms. Asim.
Thank you, my lady. I understand.
I think you are having a problem. I can't hear anything.
Is that better? No? Is there an echo? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I will let Mr. Sibara go first while I correct the problem.
No, continue. That's fine. Oh, Mr. Sibara, I didn't see Mr. Sibara's hand.
Thank you, my lady.
I think she can go first. It's fine.
She can go first. It's fine, my lady. It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you, my lady. I don't interpret Mr. Pienaar's questions to the witness as being merely to get her to confirm what others have said. in this particular example, there was a meeting between the MEC and the team, including Mr. Masunoki, who raised concerns and asked for an extension. So what I understand Mr. Pinar to be doing is to get from her direct knowledge what happened in that meeting. It's not just to confirm what he said. I think there's a difference between the two, and that she should be allowed to respond to that kind of question. The bottom line is that there were concerns raised. There was a request for an extension, and the extension was not granted. The request that was made was not granted. Instead, a shorter period was given, and I think that it's fair to ask her these questions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Mr. Late, before you say something, can I allow Mr. Sibera to say something so that when you reply, you can deal with both submissions?
Thank you, my lady. Before this court, we've got a decision maker who decided on a 3-month basis to give the Mr. Masunoki 3 months instead of 6 months to a year. If I gather the questioning of Advocate Pinar, he's trying to elicit evidence from this witness why Mr. Masunoki was given 3 months instead of the period he requested. We've got a decision maker before this court, my lady. I think the evidence she's giving is not before this court, it's not on record, except for the evidence of Mr. Masunoki. I think the questions are quite relevant, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
My lady, the witness already testified that there was a meeting in which this extension was requested, and the extension as eventually given was decided on. Why doesn't Mr. Pinar just go directly and ask her why wasn't a longer period given? Because Mr. Masunoki already testified that he had asked for a longer period. So to beat around the bush to repeat all the questions that was evidence on which evidence had already been given, it's just prolonging the whole situation, my lady.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Pinar, do you want to say something so that I can close the matter?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, Mr. Late, I would submit that the questions and the manner in which they have been put are relevant and proper. The fact that the evidence by another witness has been presented does not of necessity mean this witness that's been cross-examined agrees therewith. Therefore, it's put to elicit what the response is, and depending on the response, to inquire on what basis, as it's been indicated, she was the MEC, she took decisions, she was head of the department, Gauteng Department of Health. In terms of the Constitution, she carries the obligation and the burden to make decisions and to act, my lady. And therefore, my submission is, I'm justified, with all due respect, my questions are clearly constitutionally sound and founded, my lady. And therefore, I would submit, I will not, I've taken note and heed the fact not to transgress the parameters that there are with regard to cross-examination. I'm well aware of that, my lady. But I submit, with all due respect, I'm within the parameters of putting justifiable cross-examination to the witness.
Thank you. I see. I
May
think
it please the court, my lady.
Mr. Latesant is still up. I don't know whether he still wants to say something, but before I allow that, I'm going to grant the opportunity to Ms. Mahlape. But before I do that, I think I've got a problem here. I can't see Mr. Pinar. Let me just exit the meeting quickly and rejoin.
I also cannot see you, my lady.
Have I regained visibility, Mr. Late?
You have. Maybe you identify as invisible, Mr. Pinar.
Can hear you're busy talking, Mr. Late and Mr. Pinar. Mr. Mahlape can go first. Ms. Mahlape?
As it pleases the court, my lady, I beg your indulgence, my lady, not to switch on my camera. I have a swollen jaw from a visit with a dentist.
Okay. No
However,
problem.
my lady, as far as the proceedings are concerned, I would like to agree with Mr. Pinar and what has been alluded to by my learned senior Advocate Hassim, as well as Sibara. These questions that Advocate Pinar is posing to the witness are very crucial and very necessary. We need to hear her response from the horse's mouth. Although we do have Mr. Museno, his testimony on record, we do need to hear the witness's response as far as these crucial issues are concerned. Therefore, these questions are not irrelevant, my lady, and therefore Mr. Pinar should be allowed to pose the questions to the witness, as it pleases the court, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Late.
It seems, my lady, if we work with a democracy in the court, I will be on the wrong side of the democracy. But my problem is I can't see why the question is necessary if fact an extension was asked. Fact, a too short extension was granted, according to all the witnesses. Now my question is, how is it going to ask for this? How is it going to help this court if this witness says it was not asked, or the team decided not to grant a longer extension? Because she says from the start, it's not her own decision. It's a decision of the whole team not to extend. So
Yes.
that's I can't say, because the same questions comes on and on and on and on, and it's not going to help this court any further in coming to a decision as to her responsibility.
I understand and I hear you quite well, but let us hear where he's going with these questions, and then where we find that he's exceeding the bounds, then we can stop it. Mr. Pinar, can the witness be called back?
May it please the court, my lady. I have no objection to that. I will request, I have a request for your ladyship once the witness has returned.
Yes, she's back.
Lady, I notice it's now nigh on 10 to 4, and I'm at a certain point now in my cross-examination. When I proceed, I would hopefully also do it in a manner that minimizes the objections that have been raised without conceding that they have been validly raised, my lady. But I will nonetheless endeavour to do that, my lady. Therefore, I would request that we adjourn at this stage and commence with the proceedings tomorrow, the 5th of May of this year, my lady.
Mr. Mukari?
My lady, I was going to ask as to, can we get an indication from Mr. Pinar as to how long is it still going to be, so that we're able to prepare ourselves? Because based on what he said, he's confining himself to. It is so difficult for us to even understand to what is he confining himself to. Because when he introduced himself to the witness, he told the witness as to who he's representing. But we don't really hear anything in respect of the protection that is affording to that particular witness or that particular person that is representing. Because otherwise, we're just going to sit and listen to cross-examination just going on and on without us knowing where it is going to. So if he can give us an indication. Now he wants then he wants us to adjourn now 15 minutes before the end of time. All the time, then there are requests for stand down, there are requests for postponements. But the inquiry must finish, because I mean these are state resources that have been used here. So can we get an indication from Mr. Pinar as to how much more time is he going to use tomorrow if he wants an early adjournment today? Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady?
Just before you do that, I'm also concerned because I think while you were supposed to start, you asked for indulgence to start at 2 o'clock. Then you were given more than enough. Now you also want another indulgence. I think we're losing a lot of time.
My lady, with all due respect, notwithstanding what happened this morning, which was not due in any manner to me as such, my lady, and we were carrying on with documents, etc.
Yes, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your request now.
Yes, my lady.
Right? First, indicate to us how long are you going to take so that the person who's going to proceed after you should be ready to proceed when you finish. And then secondly, I'm still having some problems as to why you are asking another indulgence now, because we can use this 15-10 minutes.
Lady,
even if you are not finished, then we can proceed tomorrow. But just give us an indication as to how long are you going to take.
Lady.
And you also had the concerns of Mr. Mukari.
I'm taking that into consideration with all due respect, my lady. I do not foresee, and depending on the answers and the responses elicited, my lady, I hope and trust I will have completed my cross-examination by the tea break, which is 11:15, my lady.
Yes.
Why I'm requesting this indulgence at this stage, my lady, because I want to move to something completely new, which I'm not going to complete in the time remaining. That's why I'm putting this request, my lady.
Yeah, but you can start with that and then we continue tomorrow. Mr. Profi?
Apologies to interrupt, my lady. I just wasn't sure if we were going to adjourn. I just wanted to ask the court's indulgence that I be excused until midday tomorrow, and my attorney will stand in.
Now you're adding to the time.
I thought we were going to adjourn. That's why I put my hand up.
Okay. No, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Mr. Pinar?
Please, the court, my lady.
Can't you start now and continue tomorrow? You've got 7 minutes left.
My lady, with all due respect, I also, having taken note of what's been complained of, if I can call it such, I want to ensure a further curtailment when I commence tomorrow morning, my lady. And that's why I'm asking or requesting the indulgence of a few additional minutes. In this case, it's going to be 8 minutes, my lady.
Yes, I hope tomorrow you're not going to ask for further indulgences, because if I grant you the indulgence today, you're no longer going to get that, because there's too many adjournments.
My lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship.
Miss, just a second. I see there is a hand by Miss Hassim, because the more we discuss this time also it's of the essence. It's going, and then we can't get it again. It won't regain. Miss Hasim, and I don't know whether I saw Miss Soboko's name. Soboko. Okay, Miss Hasim.
My lady,
my hand was not up, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in complete agreement with the concern regarding postponements. Every minute counts. So, but I thought that you had already you were leaning towards granting the postponement. I have a different question, so I'd rather let.
No, I've already granted that, and then we can resume tomorrow. Then you can say whatever you want to say before I close.
Thank you, my lady. Yesterday there was a request for the documents that the witness referred to. She referred to a folder that was very large, 600 or whatever pages. And Ms. Mahlangu's legal team then forwarded to all the parties just the pages that pertain to Life Esidimeni. And those amount to 6 pages. And what I respectfully request is if those 6 pages can be uploaded onto KSANS, because they're not.
Ms. Hasim, if I may, I thought yesterday the matter was discussed, and then the court gave a ruling that there is no need for the document to be uploaded. I was so surprised when I saw the email. Am I correct, Mr. Late? I think the matter was debated, and I said, therefore, it's not necessary for the document to be uploaded.
That's correct, my lady. It was discussed, and it was decided that when and if a document is used during cross-examination at that stage, that document will be uploaded. It was not, it was not decided that it will be uploaded from the start.
Okay, but I think Mr. Mukari can assist here, because I remember that after the discussions referring to the evidence of the witness, I think it was, I ruled that there is no need for the document to be uploaded.
Yes. Yeah, that was the court's decision.
And I was so surprised when I saw it on my email.
Yeah, I think, my lady, yes, I think the point that Ms. Hasim is making, if I'm correct, is that maybe at the time when she cross-examined, she will need that document, then it can be uploaded.
But is it necessary after that ruling?
Yeah, but
I think we all agreed, unless.
No, my lady, please, may I respond to this, because what we had agreed was that 600 pages further added to this report was not necessary. And then what Mr. Hodes offered was to just
he offered
the pages.
Yes, he offered
to Life Esidimeni, and that if any of us wished to use it, we may use it.
Oh, so you still want to use it? In that,
I would like to refer to it in my cross-examination tomorrow. Yes, my lady.
Okay, that's fine. But I know that I'll have to look at the record. But it's okay if you want to use it, Mr. Profi. I think I thought you have left.
No, but I was in respect of tomorrow. In respect of this issue, I just wanted to agree with Ms. Hasim that was the agreement, and I too would use it. And I just think,
what was the agreement?
That the 600 pages would not be uploaded, but that the 6 pages would.
No, I disagree, my lady. The decision was that they will be emailed.
Can one person address the
sorry,
point?
I thought Mr.
I just want to finish the point that if Ms. Hasim and myself indicate that we will be referencing the document, I see no harm in it being uploaded, then pausing for it to be uploaded when either one of us cross-examine.
I think one can also look at, I'll have to hear the record. One will have to listen to the record, because as far as my memory serves me well, that was sufficiently discussed, and as I indicated. So I don't know what you're talking about, because I was surprised when I saw it. But if you want to use it, we can just leave you. It depends as to which questions will be asked to the witness. All right. Can we just close it there? Otherwise, we're not going to finish. if the document can be uploaded, Mr. Late, will you assist in that regard?
Is that now the 6 documents?
No, not the. Is it the
6
Are
pages?
they referring to the 600 pages? No.
No, 6
I
pages.
thought it's only the 6 pages. The way I understood, Mr. Pitlela, I hope we're not going to open the matter again because you're not going to repeat what you said yesterday. Can I hear you? But I think I've made a ruling yesterday.
My lady, if I may.
Yes.
I had requested the entire document and it was provided to me via email. Now, there are certain pages that I feel are relevant for my cross-examination, and I'm going to be referring to them. I'm just giving forewarning to those concerned.
If Mr. Pichela, my lady, if Mr. Pichela can email the parts that he feels necessary for his cross-examination to me, I'll upload it at the stage when he cross-examines my lady.
By all means, I'll do so.
Thank you, but I hope it's not 100 pages, Mr. Pichela.
No, my lady. It's just references here and there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's call, please.
Can we call it a day? Where is the witness? Ms. Amkari, do you still want to say something before I want the witness for tomorrow?
Nothing, my lady.
Okay, thank you. I hope no one is going to say anything. Because when I start talking, then people, all of them, you want to interrupt me at the same time. Due to time constraints, we are where we are. The witness is warned. As I did previously, Ms. Matlangu, you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else until you finish testifying. The proceedings will therefore be adjourned until tomorrow morning, the 5th of May, 2023. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
The court pleases.
As the court please, my lady.
Yes, my lady.
No.